you were mostly revolting curiosities.
My favorite kind.
Yeah.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Because I didn't really have an opening.
All right.
Except I do have an opening.
Okay.
It's my butthole. And honestly, I sit and I think that maybe we're missing out on a lot of the magic potential of the butthole. Because I know,
agree.
again, this is a very butthole-centric series. We did one earlier this summer with Jodi Arias. That was another butthole-centered series, which we didn't know it was going to be a butthole-centered series.
Yeah, that was more about the murder of her boyfriend.
Yes. But the
we
plot.
went into this knowing that this was going to be a butthole-centered series.
I don't, as a victim, as an advocate for the victim, let's not have it overshadowed by the butthole. The man was killed by Jodi Arias.
No, I know.
Aleister Crowley. We
Aleister
knew there was
Crowley.
going to be a lot of butthole
okay.
in this series.
But
Okay.
are we denying our own magical potential by not allowing our butthole play to be more like a focus of our lives?
Yeah, I mean, did you ask your wife if she would like to do that to your butthole?
No, I don't think so. My butthole is kind of like the place where It lived, where Pennywise lived, and where all children's nightmares go to be real. So I don't
horrible.
want to subject my beautiful wife
No.
to my pants swamp.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the last podcast on the left. I am Ben with Henry and, of course, with Marcus. Henry's butthole, a place of magic and mysticism.
Mysticism.
Really wonderful.
And today, so last week, we were on the passage of the initiate, right? We were a young boy, new to town. We just got off the bus in LA, and we just met this guy with a big fun hat. And he said, let's go up to my crazy mansion, and we should all, let's have a fun game. But today is the day when not only we go past just being like a guy who gets to watch all the ceremonies happening while Bald Man makes a bunch of people like eat peyote while, like a weird like man dances in the center of everybody else, and you have to pretend to be interested. Today, you're the guy dancing in the middle of the room.
All right, well, let's get to it, Mr. Marcus Parks. What do we got? Aleister Crowley Part 2.
The path of adventures awaits.
Whoa!
So when last we left Aleister Crowley, he'd just been kicked out of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn after mounting an ill-advised rebellion spurred on by their refusal to admit him into the Second Order with all the other practicing magicians.
And they face the final, most powerful wizard of all, Elok Smith.
Indeed.
Furthermore, Crowley had also lost faith in his former mentor, Samuel Mathers, the former co-head of the Golden Dawn, who'd been forced out with Crowley in the midst of the rebellion debacle. According to Crowley, Mathers had been abandoned by the secret chiefs, that is, if he'd ever been in contact with him in the first place. And it was this contact that had given Mathers his authority over the Golden Dawn.
It's important to say it first. And it's also important to be, because you got to be the one in the room, right? And what we discovered about Mathers last time is the reason why he was punished is because when you finally become the last person who's had any sort of association with these so-called secret chiefs, you become too powerful to your own constituency and they pull you apart.
Mm-hmm. Now, here at the beginning of part 2, it might be a good idea for us to further, yet briefly, define the secret chiefs, because they, whatever they are, play a big part in Aleister Crowley's story, and that part is especially large in the section of his life we'll be discussing today.
That's what they should change the name of the Washington football team to. The Secret Chiefs.
The Secret Chiefs? Oh, my goodness.
Essentially, the secret chiefs are cosmic authorities who possess great magical powers in addition to knowledge of the inner workings of the universe that regular people like you or I can scarcely fathom.
And I don't even want to fathom.
Washington football, the Washington Football Club, by the way, you know my name for them, the Warhogs.
That's a great name.
It's a great name because they all like to dress like pigs anyway.
Depending on who's talking about the secret chiefs, they can be solely supernatural beings, former humans who have ascended to a supernatural state, or they're essentially Doctor Strange, humans with superhuman supernatural powers.
Hey, Dogme, what if I put it to you that they were all three?
Oh,
Yep.
Also a possibility. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say.
It's magic.
Doctor Strange has really nice hair.
He really does. But there is a team there doing that, so we never forget the makeup and hair team of Doctor Strange.
Absolutely. The real heroes.
Now, since Aleister Crowley already believed at this point in his life that he was one of the most special people on Earth, he in turn thought that he could become a secret chief in his lifetime. And it's exactly this quest with all of Crowley's weird little magic friends that we'll be discussing today on part 2.
It is, I flip-flop, much like Aleister Crowley on a bunk bed. I flip-flop thinking about whether or not I believe or disbelieve Aleister Crowley literally every sentence I read about him. He is such an interesting character because of that fact, because he's really very fucking slippery. And today we're going to really slide into the guts of whether or not do you believe that a man can channel something that ends up being one of the more important pieces of poetry, one of the more overanalyzed pieces of poetry to ever be done, that would go on to create a religion of its own and actually inspire a bunch more mayhem to begin with after the fact. Who knows?
A little Ben Kissel non-legal advice here for you, Henry Zebrowski. If in a courtroom and the judge asks, do you believe in Crowley? Say you don't.
I don't.
I don't. I'm just saying, don't put your life on the line.
Can we actually
believe?
Can we put it on the record that he winked when he said that he didn't? Can we put it on the record?
Indeed.
No. Wink. He keeps saying wink, Your Honor.
And as a quick apology to actual magic users out there, some of the rituals we'll be discussing today will be edited for content and clarity. And to the non-magic users, you're welcome.
Okay? Because we decided to not do this to you this week. Because we could have. If you read Perturabo,
honestly, thank you.
Perturabo, the Aleister Crowley book, it does have a beat for beat of all of the rituals that they do. And I tell you what, it is fun. The idea of shouting, holding a dagger is fun to me, but it's also how like my eventual like first divorce will play out. You know what I mean? So I kind of, it's more just a vision of my future.
Well, I'm happy that you're so proud of yourself. You think, or so cocky, you think you could get married again after your first divorce. Just for the audience, just so we can all clear it up. Well, yada, 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 most of the magic. But how much cum was involved?
Buddy.
Actually, on this one, cum is going to be a part 3 thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cum on this one is like, imagine a cherry made of cum on top of a sundae that's mostly shit. Oh. That's where the cum is at the very end. It's a blink.
Wow, and in that weird analogy, I would like to have the cherry instead.
Yep.
Isn't that something?
So you'd rather eat cum than shit?
Yeah, I'll say it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say it too. I'll agree. I'll be brave with you.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, you know what? Me too.
All right, we did it.
Yeah, I mean, this episode, anybody out there who's read Sandman, this episode is pretty much, it's the first half of Preludes and Nocturnes.
I imagine that it is directly inspired by this story.
Yeah, of course it is.
Cool.
So after Crowley had his falling out with Samuel Mathers, he boarded a steamship to New York City.
All aboard!
Where he, like Madame Blavatsky before him, discovered that summers in New York City are fucking miserable, especially at the turn of the 20th century.
I tell you what, man, occultists cannot handle a city summer. Both of them just bitch. But I will say, Aleister Crowley, in his confessions, he just talks about, mostly, he's like, the only possible way I could deal with the New York City heat was constant ice cream, which is true. He talked about ice cream, how that's all he ate in New York was ice cream, and also discovered the wilds of iced coffee, which is also amazing that iced coffee being the drink of New York City has been around.
I didn't know that.
For like 100 years.
So everyone was sweating and percolating with now hot milk in their stomachs, slamming down iced coffee.
I'm an iced coffee drinker.
Perineums must have just been very odorous.
Don't bring up AC's perineum, okay? Because his leaks.
So because the New York City heat was unbearable, Crowley traveled to Mexico City, where he quickly found a crowd focused solely on bullfighting, cockfighting, gambling, and lechery, which was much more Crowley speed than whatever was happening in New York City.
Also, a fun little tidbit that that Aleister Crowley liked to say, which is, he said, he saw a dead man when he was doing one of his many walks.
Sure.
And he said, the one categorical fact about the Mexican people is that carrion creatures will not eat their corpses because their bodies are too spicy from their food, which is completely legit.
Really, that's what he said.
He wrote that in the thing.
So he said they didn't eat the person who was dead on the sidewalk because he would be too spicy for them, not because it's a human being and cannibalism is wrong.
No, he's saying
carrion birds like vultures and stuff like
vultures
that.
and shit.
Carrion.
Oh, I see.
because their food is too spicy.
Wow.
But even though Crowley seemed to have been taking a vacation of sorts, he never stopped working on magic. And while in Mexico, Crowley claimed to have developed the power of invisibility using highly detailed instructions he'd taken from the Golden Dawn rituals.
It's in the book. If you look it up, it is in the book.
How many banks was he found naked in?
You'll see.
In the invisibility ritual, Crowley would trace a circle around himself, draw protective pentagrams on each quadrant, and call upon the archangels Raphael, Gabriel, Michael, and Uriel.
Oh.
Finally, he would recite the first Enochian key and invoke the powers of concealment.
Alistair Crowley, go bye-bye.
You're an archangel. You've done everything in your life to become an archangel, and all you do is get summoned to see fat men naked.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
That's your whole that's your whole existence now?
Yeah, man, this is your job. You're like a civil servant for nerds as an Enochian angel. Your job is, you're one of those things, as a wizard, you'd be in the sphere of protection being like, my taxes allow you to live.
You can just see Michael up there in heaven with his fingers crossed being like, be a hot chick doing this ceremony just one time. Nope, it's Alistair Crowley again.
Now it is. There's way more women in it now than there was then, that's for certain.
Now, according to Crowley, the invisibility ritual enabled him to walk through the streets of Mexico City wearing a golden crown and a scarlet robe without attracting any attention, or at least nobody paid him any mind. Nobody paying attention was actually the point. According to Crowley, he did not actually make himself invisible, because that would be ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
What he claimed to have is the ability to cause a blank spot in the minds of people looking at him.
I actually don't I don't disagree with it. You know the look you can get on your face on the train in New York where you do become a part of the tapestry, where you can kind of just sit in a way, like after you've spent a long enough time, because somebody like me who has like a cherub-like face and a victim's mentality, they look at you, especially younger, and they look at you and they want to talk to you. Like how many times
they want to attack you.
They want to attack you, or they want to tell you every single thought they have about the space lasers that the Jews command, and you're sitting there and eventually you do create like a face where people don't see you anymore, where you kind of just become a dead, almost corpse-like person sitting in a chair.
I've never gotten approached on the subway in 15 years.
Well, you're a skeleton man.
Henry attracts a certain kind. Marcus, you more repel, and I'm just begging for attention. It's sad.
But concerning Crowley's invisibility, according to the servers at the Cafe Royal in London, when he tried it there, customers would ask about the man sipping tea in the corner in full magical regalia. And the servers would say, oh, don't worry, that's just Mr. Crowley being invisible.
He's invisible.
He's invisible, so everyone's complicit in this. This is unbelievable. It reminds me of the Mormon church. They could have stopped this right then by being like, get out,
No.
go put some clothes on, but instead they allowed him to be a wizard.
It brings atmosphere. It's kind of like
what atmosphere?
This is back in the day when this is kind of like when you'd have a celebrity come visit your restaurant and it makes a big hubbub, but it's kind of fun. Like if someone makes a scene at your restaurant, but if it's Lindsay Lohan, that's free advertising. You have Alistair Crowley sitting in his fucking big hat with his sashes and the Egyptian shit, looking around going, loving my tea today. Like he's trying to make people look at him and they're all just like, because it's also London, like New York. It's a place where you pointedly don't look at other people.
I mean, just the poor sap who sits down in the chair after him and slides right off.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Now, perhaps Crowley had been a little more rattled about his failed rebellion at Golden Dawn headquarters than he let on. In Mexico, he claimed to have performed a ritual to summon a tutor, and lo and behold, his old father figure, Oscar Eckenstein, showed up to do a little climbing. However, once they climbed the first mountain, Crowley was reportedly sheepish when it came to his own magical pursuits, mostly because he didn't want to give Eckenstein any opportunities to make fun of him.
Eckenstein ruthlessly roasted Crowley every single time he brought up his magic shit, because Eckenstein was he's a professional mountain climber, right? Like this is what he did. So he works in mountains. That's his job. He likes manly things, gripping onto crags. That's his whole life.
Yeah, of
course. So Crowley eventually will be like, did I tell you about the one time that I made a demon go away with a knife that I purchased from a secondhand store? And then he just like looks at him. He's like, we should focus on the Krags. You're right. The Krags are a bigger deal.
Well, eventually, Crowley admitted that he was having an existential crisis about his own magical abilities. And Eckenstein rightly told Crowley that if only he'd focus and have a little discipline, then maybe he'd accomplish something significant.
That's boring.
But it's the fucking truth. This is the one thing about ritual magic that I completely agree. And the more and more reading I do about it, you must be highly disciplined in order to complete all of these different acts. And Crowley desperately needed some focus.
Okay.
And Crowley kind of sort of took his advice to heart, then climbed a volcano with Eckenstein where their boots burned off of their feet, and Crowley afterwards started having astral sex with Elaine Simpson, his partner in crime during the Battle of Blythe Road.
Do you think she knew?
Yeah, she did. Well, that was the whole point, is that
they met
up on the astral plane and then had astral sex.
Man, that's like Sims.
Yeah, listening to Van Morrison, having a nice time.
That's actually very romantic. If you have a partner that's romantically inclined, maybe it's a good way to do it, especially during quarantine. Astral project yourself to each other and have sex with each other.
It's called Zoom. Yes, technology.
Well, after that, Crowley continued his world travels, somewhat aping Madame Blavatsky's globe-trekking pursuits in the name of her hidden masters by saying that he was being directed by the secret chiefs. After stopping off in Hawaii for a 50-day affair with a married woman that resulted in a 50-sonnet collection called Alice and Adultery.
Ooh, coming soon on Cinemax.
Oh, my.
Crowley traveled to Sri Lanka, formerly Ceylon, where he extensively studied yoga with Alan Bennett, who was his old roommate back in London.
I actually, I started reading some of his essays on yoga because I've also been doing a lot of yoga.
Or Crowley's?
Crowley's essays on yoga were very interesting, but it is kind of this idea where he took it to its very spiritual end, but he was obsessed with yoga. And I'm talking past like core power yoga videos, obsessed with yoga, like these people who could like only speak, like someone from SoCal who only speaks in the fucking
in yogi.
Yeah, that sort of, what is it? Sanskrit.
Says namaste all the fucking time.
But they say all the Sanskrit things, but you don't know what they're talking about, and you're like, oh, okay, you mean stretch. But but Crowley worked, like, it became a focus. And there's one thing about yoga, it does teach focus. And he actually kind of abandoned magic entirely during this time period, where he went and solely got into getting his core ready.
No kidding, I guess. That's very good. I watched Shark Tank. They were talking about goat yoga. That looks like something I could get into.
You're covered in goat shit at the end of it. Your claws are really sharp.
The goats wear little diapers. You didn't watch the episode. You didn't do the research.
Well, following that, Crowley traveled to India, where he attempted to sneak into a Hindu temple by dressing and acting like a local.
Oh my God, that's what John Candy did in freaking Who Framed Harry Crumb? Who's Harry Crumb?
Yeah.
It used to be called character work.
Well, the monk saw through the disguise, but let him go inside anyway, out of something that sounds like pity. And Crowley was able to sacrifice a goat to the goddess Parvati.
Ah, look, I did it. I did it. Look what I'm doing. I'm like you.
You should have done yoga with the goat.
Can I also say one thing about Aleister Crowley's voice? I do the character of Aleister Crowley from the pictures. I like the idea of doing the evil, mighty warlock. But have you listened to him speak at all?
Well, I mean, I have, but what we're hearing is him as a 60-year-old heroin addict.
That's true, but it's definitely, his voice is like, oh, the legends of the Ayahuasca.
I think that's more of a wizard's voice, to be honest.
Technically. But I like my robust version of Crowley for this
I'm
time
sure when he was younger, it was closer to your impression now.
Well, by 1902, Crowley had reconnected with Oscar Eckenstein, and the two of them planned what was by far Crowley's most challenging venture yet, climbing K2, the second highest mountain in the world.
So cool.
Now, as we said last episode, Aleister Crowley was actually a talented and respected mountain climber, so attempting to be the first person to reach the summit of K2 wasn't out of the realm possibility. On this expedition was Crowley, Eckenstein, a couple of other companions, 20 porters, a library, and a mobile farm of 15 sheep, 30 goats, and various fowl.
Well, were they just rolling him up the hill? What work did he do?
It's one of those diagonal farms.
But since Crowley underpaid and mistreated his porters like he always did, some of them robbed the expedition of supplies and just fucking took off.
A dog meat. You're vilifying a man who said that he had to beat the men working for him with sticks in order for them to see how powerful he was. Okay, why are you mad at him about this? I don't know why he's getting such heat for this.
They're the only ones keeping him alive. He's a British millionaire.
But he thought of all of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then, as they went further up the mountain, Crowley had a flare-up of malaria, became exhausted, and suffered from snow blindness. As a possible cure, Crowley tried chugging champagne. But to no one's surprise, that didn't really help.
No one calls me a freaking wizard when I make that suggestion.
I thought that I could heal myself with glam.
Drunk and delirious, Crowley began hallucinating butterflies in the snow.
Oh,
and
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I think we're going to have to get him. I think we're going to roll him down there.
More champagne.
Yeah.
and he eventually became so paranoid that he held one of his climbing mates at gunpoint.
Give me the butterflies, you bitch.
What is
Give
happening?
me the butterflies.
This is the worst Sherpa trip I have ever had.
I've paid for this whole thing.
You barely paid us.
Although Crowley didn't admit to it, the companion quickly disarmed him and kept the pistol.
You take it. I don't even want this gun.
But still, the expedition, I mean, it was an impressive feat. It lasted 132 days.
Wow.
And at their highest point, the party reached 20,000 feet and stayed there for 68 days straight, setting
crap.
records for the longest time spent at that altitude. But in the end, K2 defeated them, and the men began their trek back down in late August.
But
and
then-
the summit of K2 wouldn't be reached for another 50 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
a-
that's impressive.
But he took this as sometimes a big no and a big defeat can actually open up all of these ventures and close a lot of ventures, right? Because if he did make it to the top of K2, we'd know Aleister Crowley as one of the biggest, most important mountain climbers to ever exist, right? He would have been a whole other dude.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
him getting told no by the mountain made him redouble down on his other efforts in life.
Okay.
Following K2, Crowley returned to Europe, where he hoped to impress his former mentor Samuel Mathers with not only his travels, but also his newfound obsession with the yogic discipline.
Look, I can touch my toes.
Wow. That's very nice.
I can touch my butthole, but that's just fun.
Yeah. Can you get your head out of there, please?
No, but all my back work.
However, Crowley was disappointed to find that Mathers was uninterested.
What?
Yeah, because you just came back with a bunch of stories that are more boring the longer they have. The more that he talks, the less you care.
Instead, Crowley discovered that Mathers had just pawned some of the luggage that Crowley had left in his care while he was away.
Yeah.
Mathers wasn't doing great.
No. He was an old man and he lost all of his powers. He was done.
Man, the magic of pawning, though, isn't that the real
It's
magic
always
that
there.
we're talking here?
You turned something into nothing.
Yeah.
But Crowley believed that there was a reason why Mathers had no interest in his adventures in yoga. It wasn't that yoga was fucking boring.
No.
It was vampires.
Yep.
What? That's so much. That's
Robert
so much
Pattinson.
more reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Dracula. That's why he didn't like anything about. He didn't want to talk about his Quadayamas. He didn't want to talk about his Warrior Threes.
So Alistair could not fathom the idea that his stories of yoga were boring. Instead, he had to come up with vampires as an excuse.
I guess to tell you what, though, I have seen that same excuse used in LA at yoga studios of why why the subscriptions were lagging.
Yeah, vampires.
It's vampires. You know it's vampires, Deborah.
Could be.
Well, upon discovering the presence of vampires in Paris keeping Mathers in their thrall, Crowley claimed to have defeated the main vampire, an old crone named Mrs. M, in a psychic struggle of magical wills.
Wait, did he just beat up an old lady?
He yelled at her.
He just
No, it was
yelled
all,
at an
it's all
old
mental. It's all
It's
mental.
mental.
Okay, very
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I don't think she even knew she was in a psychic struggle of magical wills.
Okay.
Because we don't know about this story. We don't know if this story is real or not, but we don't know.
Well, eventually, Crowley discovered that the vampire was actually Mrs. Horos, the woman who tricked Mathers into believing that she was in contact with the secret chiefs. And this was despite the fact that Mrs. Horos had since found herself in jail after she and her husband had gotten into a sticky situation involving virgins and sex magic rituals.
Hey, though, that legitimizes you as a magician.
I don't know.
Going to jail for taking advantage of young virgins?
Technically.
It legitimizes you in the eyes of the law as a criminal, I think.
No, it's like doing your fucking time, dude. It's like, well, what are they? What's the mob term? It's
Getting
like
your bones?
Yeah, getting your bones in. Going to school. I think they say going to school.
Yeah.
But since Mathers had completely and totally come under the spell of outside forces, at least in Crowley's view, it gave Crowley justification for declaring that Mathers was definitely no longer in contact with the secret chiefs.
The secret chiefs have officially unfriended Mr. Mathers.
That's sad.
Facebook.
In doing this, Crowley was positioning himself to replace Mathers as the secret chief's contact, which put Crowley on the road to becoming a secret chief himself. This justification also allowed Crowley to burgle Mathers' apartment for Golden Dawn robes and various other magical paraphernalia.
So you don't like my yoga? Well, I don't need anything from you, Mr. Mathers, in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Except for this robe, because it was my favorite and it fit me best. And I also need this bell because it's a nice shape. And I need these slippers because they are already shaped my feet.
Alice,
so I will take these. I need this sash.
Yeah.
And I need $50 for utilities.
I'm actually going to ask you, where is all that stuff that you just burgled from me? Because it's not on you and I can't see it. Did you?
It's in my trunk. Damn it, you can keep it. That's how you do. You get shit on it.
Yeah.
That's how nobody takes your things back.
That would work.
But Mathers wasn't the only friend Crowley had in Paris. The other was a painter named Gerald Kelly, and it was Gerald's sister Rose who would become one of the most important people in Crowley's life. After getting everything he needed from Mathers, Crowley returned to his home in Boleskine off the shores of Loch Ness and invited his friend Gerald Kelly for a visit. Kelly agreed and brought along his sister Rose.
She's an interesting lady, Rose Kelly. This is a very, very interesting woman, and she troubled, but also unpredictable.
I just realized Alistair loved nuts so much he even lived in a place called Boleskine.
Really
That's
fun.
strange.
That's fun. That's fun.
That is
It
fun.
is good.
That is fun.
Now, Rose Kelly arrived in a bit of trouble, but Rose Kelly was always in a bit of trouble and very much sounds like the type of person who hates drama.
She hated drama, dude. She hated drama. She wouldn't listen. She didn't want to deal with it, dude. Fucking in her no fucks given group on Facebook to bring it back up. It was huge. She was huge in that.
For example, in her youth, Rose had lied about a pregnancy to obtain money for an abortion, then spent all the cash on new clothes.
Yeah.
It's a scam as old as
Scam
time.
him, queen.
By the time Rose showed up in Boleskine, however, her new pickle concerned her love life. She'd accepted marriage proposals from 2 men and was having an affair with a third who was himself already married.
A lot going on there.
A lot, yeah.
And at Boleskine, Rose confided in Crowley that her parents had demanded that she choose one of the 2 suitors so she could get on with the business of being a proper lady. But Crowley's solution was naturally the one that was the most dramatic and troublesome.
Well, let's
Tell me that he became the producer for the dating game.
huge. He actually was brought in to be like a spiritual advisor for some reason. Gerald Kelly thought, okay, my sister's in this spiritual conjury. Let me speak to the most spiritual guy I know, Alistair Crowley. And he comes over, and this guy sees his opportunity. He looks and he sees all of this chaos. And the one thing that he loves more than anybody else than being the true diabolist at heart, than being like, wow, now I can really fuck up this scenario.
Wow. Well, it's such an easy fix. It's such an easy situation to fix.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but you could say, like, choose one or don't choose any. Or you can go the third way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the third way is Crowley said, "Marry me."
Yep.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to have an orgy or something with all the men. No, marrying him.
Well, and since he had no scruples about the bonds of marriage, she would therefore be free to pursue a life of pleasure, since she would technically satisfy her parents' command to choose someone. Now, for Crowley's part, this whole thing was just another way for him to thumb his nose at convention while also placing him squarely in the middle of someone else's family drama. Because family drama was Crowley's favorite kind of drama.
He loved personal drama because you can fuck with it yourself. You get to be a god of a bunch of people that don't truly understand they're all being manipulated because everybody else thinks that they are the chief manipulator.
He sounds like a psychic vampire himself.
He is.
Okay.
Yeah. For Rose, this whole thing was a convenient lark, even if it was a long shot. So, the next morning after Crowley proposed the idea, the two of them found a lawyer to seal the union, which is allowed in Scotland. In Scotland, you can just go to a lawyer and say, "Hey, we're married," and that's legal.
That's great. And apparently you are also legal. You can get married without choosing to get married if you and another person's knees also look completely alike because they don't believe. Because it's something about the Scottish novels. Scottish
Knee
novels
love.
are very interesting. It's like a fingerprint there.
Wow, didn't know that.
And when they said "I do" in the presence of a lawyer, Crowley pulled a dagger from his stocking and kissed it with all the passion he was supposed to have for his bride.
Oh, come on. Cut my tongue.
Yeah, you would, because you're licking the knife.
It is absolutely mistake. And I should not, but I will say, honestly, love, this is the happiest I've ever been. And I'm
covered in blood.
excited. Yep. Maybe someone should fetch me a Band-Aid. This is getting out of control.
By that time, Rose's brother Gerald had heard of the plot, but he arrived in the lawyer's office just after the declaration to marry was made. And he tried punching Crowley in the face when he heard that they'd actually gone through with their presumably drunken plan.
I just can see this. I was like, who would I choose? I'm just trying to think, who's the most unpredictable worst of my friends that I would bring into, guide Jackie into, a big, decision. I'm trying to figure out who I would choose.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear who you choose, actually.
Honestly, I'm trying to think. It would technically be somebody like, which we should bleep out. Come in there, and then you just find out that you show back in. You're like, okay, what's going on, guys? What's the decision? And you see Jackie going, "I'm marrying him." Oh my! To be like, what is happening?
Thankfully, Jackie has a wonderful, stable relationship, so you won't have to do that.
I made a choice.
It's absolutely not Jackie impression of Jackie.
But what started off as pretty much a joke very quickly became a serious affair. After the ceremony, the two of them decided to take a long honeymoon, despite the fact that Crowley had very quickly, and perhaps rightly, judged his new bride to be a slow-witted alcoholic. But after a few weeks of traveling together, Crowley said he realized that there was something special about Rose Kelly, calling her, quote, "one of the most beautiful and fascinating women in the world."
And the best part of all, she was there.
Part of this, of course, was the fact that Rose was nearly as sexually debaucherous as Crowley.
Oh, yeah.
But outside of that, perhaps the most important aspect of their relationship was that when it came to magic, whatever magic is, Rose Kelly was not only all in immediately, but also seemed to be naturally plugged into the source, or so Crowley claimed.
He sort of almost put it on her. In a way, he put this role on her, and then she kind of, if you do believe it went this way, I think there's a 50-50 scenario here. Rose Kelly was inspired by Aleister Crowley a little bit because of his domineering personality and because of just the excitement of it all. You are married to the quote-unquote most wickedest man in the world. This guy is trying... not yet.
This is back when he was nobody.
But
he was just some guy. He was her brother's friend. Her brother's weird friend.
He had his gleam in his eye.
Yeah.
He had a gleam in his eye. It's what the Gold Digger song from Kanye. You remember Kanye?
I love
Where
Kanye.
it's just
I like him more now that he's a cult leader.
Sure. But she saw a guy.
there.
She saw him have he had a spark. He's got energy. So maybe
does.
she wants to join in on his psychological games a little bit.
Maybe she's hammered.
Yep.
She is absolutely hammered.
It helps. It's magical lubricant.
So in the course of their globe-trotting honeymoon, Crowley and Rose went to Cairo, where Crowley persuaded a guard to let them spend the night in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Dude, this is dope. That's dope. That's cool as hell.
Yeah. And once inside, Rose assisted Crowley as he attempted to invoke the god Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing, wisdom, and magic. And according to Crowley, an astral light filled the pitch-dark chamber during the ritual to the point where they no longer needed candles.
But you can see how in that moment, of all the places in the world, you're in the center of one of what is supposed to be a cavern of mysteries, one of the most important places in magical history. One of like it is, you can kind of see how if there was magic to be found, it would be there and in that scenario. And maybe it is a group hallucination or something like that. But imagining this cavern filled with light is something that I really think could have happened, even if it was just to them and them alone.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. After Cairo, Crowley returned to Sri Lanka with Rose, where they engaged on a hunting expedition. Crowley's goal was to kill a few bats so he could make a waistcoat out of bat fur.
Sure.
That's not
He was a terrible expedition. He is maybe one of the worst hunters to ever live. This comes up again and again where he just goes and just starts shooting that shit. He's not good.
Yeah. But but all he did, he managed to wound one bat, and that bat got tangled up in Rose's hair, which resulted in an understandable freak out.
Oh, God. Drink booze. You must calm down, woman. Drink booze.
Is there something in my hair?
No.
Okay.
Well, Crowley really thought nothing of it because he never cared what happened to other people. But that night, he was awoken by a stark naked Rose clinging to the bed frame and squeaking like a bat.
Oh my gosh, she turned into a bat. No, I was worried this could happen.
And when Crowley tried pulling her down, she bit him.
Doctor, you would not believe it. My wife turned into a bat.
And then she mimicked the last moments of the bat who attacked her.
It's wild. You know what I mean?
You know what? That is wild. That is wild. Yeah.
Crowley later said it was the finest case of obsession that he'd ever had the good fortune to observe.
Because the whole
my
time he's like,
goodness.
fascinating.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the same shit. As soon as she starts acting like a bat, he's like, I love this woman.
Yeah. I wish she got bitten by a horny orangutan. That would be fun too.
But this sudden change in behavior might have had something to do with the fact that Rose Kelly was already pregnant with Crowley's first child.
I've actually heard that quite a bit, is that a phenomenon with pregnant women is a lot of times they will cling to a fan with their feet. And they like to let the scat, pregnant women call their poop is scat. And their scat drips down into the ground. Yeah, it's very common with pregnants.
Yeah. Well, once they learned that Rose was pregnant, they began making their way to Europe, although Rose's heavy drinking never stopped once the entire time. They did, however, make another stop in Cairo, and it's here that Crowley would ascend into the ranks of magical legend.
This is the moment for Aleister Crowley. This is, again, we'll as much as we're covering it, this is the most important thing that he will ever contribute.
Yeah, and of course we would be remiss if we didn't mention Aleister was the first one to wear the I'm with stupid shirt with the arrow pointing to his spouse, and then she was wearing the shirt, I'm drinking for two. Yeah, and so they were, that's pioneers in t-shirt stuff.
I can't believe they were the first one to come up with the Flying J graphic tee.
Yeah, I know.
On March 16th, 1904, Crowley was trying to entertain Rose by invoking air elementals called sylphs with the same rituals he'd done in the Great Pyramid. And jokingly, Crowley had begun to refer to his new wife as Uarda the Seer, but she wasn't the least bit amused with the sylphs, and she was about to live up to her new nickname.
Well, according to Aleister Crowley in his Confessions, I read a little bit of the Equinox of the Gods. It talks about his diary selections from when this time period was happening. And he had actually given up on magic for a long period of time, where he wasn't really dabbling into it. And he kind of got back into it really frivolously. Like all of this, maybe I'm wrong, from what I read, he was kind of like dabbling again. And so as he was starting to do these like processes, and you know, and he started calling her the seer, and it was very sarcastic because she was not a seer. You know what I mean? Like she was
a drinker.
She technically was like a problem.
Yeah.
He was also a problem, but she was an extra new problem. But something kind of clicked immediately.
Yeah. Well, as Crowley was summoning sylphs, Rose kept repeating the words, "They are waiting for you," which Crowley found super annoying and just kind of blamed the repetition on Rose's heavy drinking or her pregnancy. One of the two.
It's just a tumor that grows up into a man.
Yeah, that you have to take care of. And yeah.
I hate it.
You're being super annoying, Rose. Why don't you have a drink?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be like, you're right. I should have said. Honestly, my baby did feel like it was sobering up.
Yeah, that's not good.
Crowley tried summoning the sylphs again the next day, but all Rose would say then was, "It's all about the child." Or she would say, "It's all about Osiris." Finally, on the third day, Rose broke out of simply repeating single sentences and told Crowley that the one who was waiting, that she'd spoken of previously, was the Egyptian god Horus.
Oh.
And Crowley had somehow greatly offended him. Now, from what Crowley later said, he was floored by this mention of Horus because, according to him, Rose had no knowledge of Egyptian mythology. It wasn't quite as common to know about this shit back then as it was today, as it is today.
To be able to pick it up out of a lineup, he said he delivered her. There was 12 questions that he asked her. And in the Equinox, it shows the questions that he asked. And apparently she nailed each one of them. He basically said, well, does he come with this color? And then he wrote a series of names on a sheet of paper. And he said, which one of is it one of these names? And she circled Horus. And then she did a couple of the things that it would require you to have some working knowledge of Egyptian secret schools to understand whatever the fuck it was that he was talking about. So she either could have absorbed it passively, listening to him babble, or this is channeling, which we don't know what the nature of channeling is. Is channeling literally another intelligence, or is it your subconscious speaking to you? That's all over on the map. Don't fucking know.
Yeah,
or
collective unconscious plugging into something.
All that kind of shit. Or is it just a more allegorical story that Crowley's making up to set up the mystic base for what will be an incredible book of spiritual poetry.
All right.
Well, next, Rose further proved her connection by taking Crowley to the nearby Bulak Museum, which was filled with ancient Egyptian artifacts. From across the room, she pointed towards an exhibit that depicted Horus in a rare form known as Ra-Hur-Khut. But the kicker came when Crowley walked up to the exhibit and saw the catalog number. It was the same number that Crowley's mother had supposedly given him in childhood, the number that marked the great beast in the book of Revelation, 666.
Satan! Mr. Crowley! It all went like, what? Because again, from the Equinox, what I will say is because it comes from his diaries and it's the day-to-day, I don't know what I ever believe about Aleister Crowley, but the way he talks about how surprising it was is very interesting. Because he does sound like a person that each time these synchronicities are happening, he's just like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm about to hit the magical jackpot. It sounds more like he's excited. He's like, oh, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. And he started writing about it. It's an interesting tone to hear from his head at the time.
Now, once Crowley saw this, he very quickly hopped on board with whatever trip Rose was riding and took her every direction because she was obviously plugged into something special. So Crowley performed a ritual that Rose came up with, and he did it in full robes in front of an open window for all to see and ridicule, which didn't really set well with Crowley, but he still trusted the process.
But think about this. He's doing all of this shit because now he's just like, okay, that's it. Okay, all right, so we're improvising. We're going to make all this shit up. So he gets all of the robes that he had to steal, and this is why he had to steal them, Kissel.
Sure.
He's got all of his gear, and he's doing all this, but it's weird. It's actually the most, in my mind, it sounds like it's the most he's ever been in the moment. Yeah. He's so planned and such this, he's such a fucker. He's such this guy. Everything has been done as for selfishness and all this shit. But now he's actually doing super embarrassing shit. And he's just like, this better pan out. This better be a thing.
That's amazing how much fun you can have while simultaneously drowning a baby in alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it sounds like a lot of fun to drown a baby in alcohol.
I mean, honestly, what did the fetus absorb?
Oh, yeah. Well, once the ritual was over, Rose channeled the Egyptian god Horus and told Crowley that the equinox of the gods had come once more. Mankind was entering a new era, and Crowley had been chosen as the voice of the next age. Rose then told Crowley that even though he had never finished the Abramelin ritual, his guardian angel nevertheless wanted to make contact. And the name of Crowley's guardian angel was Aiwass.
Whoa, cool.
Is it Aiwass?
I don't know. It's one of those where it's, the more and more videos.
Aiwass sounds better instead of Aiwass. Aiwass sounds like hickey, but Aiwass, okay.
I guess so.
Aiwass. I like Aiwass better.
Thelemites, Thelemites, Thelemoots. I honestly,
you having a stroke?
Every video I see pronounces things differently, but I think that's a part of the spirit of Thelema, as we'll get into.
Okay.
Well, Aiwass was a secret. Aiwass? Now I can't make the decision.
I don't know, Marcus. I don't know. You know what? You can say it both ways.
Hey, every man and every woman is a star. You can do whatever fits your scenario right now, Mark.
Sure.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, Aiwass was a secret chief of the highest grade. He was an Ipsissimus.
Oh, that's a pretty high grade.
Yes, it is. It's the top.
Wow.
And it was his instruction that at noon on April 8th, 9th, and 10th, Crowley was to sit at the desk next to the altar that they constructed in their hotel room so he could write down everything Aiwass had to say. Crowley did as he was told and claimed that for 3 days straight, at the appointed time, a musical voice with a strange, unrecognizable accent came from over his left shoulder from the farthest corner of the room.
Oh my God.
Do what thou wilt be the corner. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law there. Okay? Every man and every woman is a star there, buddy.
See, but now I think that you guys would all agree with me, and I think Crowley would as well. Taking down the dictation is actually more difficult than dictating.
I'm going to attack you. I'm going to attack you.
Fucking kill you.
I'm going to fucking kill you.
I'm going to send you anthrax in the fucking mail.
Whoa, isolate that.
But it is interesting that it's the exact same story for Mormonism, isn't it right, folks?
Isn't that
That's
right?
right.
Also,
That's
now
right.
I just pictured Ian from Anthrax showing up at my door.
That would be
playing a
cool.
special concert just for me.
Whoa, that's what he meant. It's allegorical.
Yes.
2 meanings.
Well, for exactly an hour every day, for 3 days straight, Aiwass spoke, and Crowley wrote down everything Aiwass said, and what Crowley channeled, which was suspiciously similar in style to everything else Crowley wrote, came to be known as the Book of the Law.
It is, though, his most important and beautiful work. When you read the Book of the Law, it is it's moving in its way. Like,
I mean, every man and every woman is a star is a great fucking line.
it's a great line. Do as thou wilt will be the whole of the law. It becomes the center of what would become Thelema. So the Book of the Law is what, according to Aleister Crowley, he was just as stunned as anybody else that this thing came to him and fell out of his mouth. When you listen to Thelemites now, because Thelema would go on to become now it's viewed as an actual religion, all based on the analysis of the Book of the Law, and then eventually the Libers, right? The various books that Aleister Crowley will write over the next couple of decades that are all trying to decipher what he meant by the Book of the Law and what was inside of the Book of the Law. So
Well, from what Crowley said, like he doesn't even understand like the last third of the Book of the Law, and actually said he didn't even like it, but he's just quote unquote channeling Aiwass.
it's just coming through me. And that's not unheard of in literature. Like, Gary Lockman does really good examples of how like Thus Spake Zarathustra, whatever that Nietzsche book came from what he called divine inspiration. Rilke also heard poems in his sleep. Aleister Crowley would say that he swears that Aiwass was a voice in the room speaking to him. And it came through this whole book. And so now what this book kind of outlines is this idea of, we talked about it a little bit last episode, of will and love. Like, do what thou will shall be the whole of the law, love under will. This concept of love and will, and this idea of finding your true purpose. What it will boil down to, what Thelema really is a Crowley packaged magical rite system that the whole point is to get you down to who you really are. Because once you come down and find what your true will is, because the true will is never actually mentioned in the Book of the Law. That term is not written. He uses the term pure will, which is the idea that we all kind of gravitate to do certain things. And what it is we have to get everything else out of our way, spiritually, mentally, physically, blah, 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 in order to live each one of our own specific truths.
Well, that's a lot to package into a single TikTok, but I bet you they tried.
They do.
I mean, you know, when he says every man and every woman is a star, you know, I don't know. At least one of the interpretations is that, you know, every person has an orbit and trajectory all their own, and the problems in our life arise if we move out of our trajectory or if someone moves out of theirs and interferes with ours, which to me, that kind of sounds lonely as fuck.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like a really reinforcing the caste system.
A little bit.
Exactly. No, it's stay in your lane.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No, I fucking hate it.
Unless you're actually driving.
Yeah, you should stay in your lane.
So if you're driving right now, that is, you got to stay in that lane.
The thing is,
and when he says love, he doesn't mean love how we mean it.
It's force. It's a life force. Love is the very universe that we live in. It's a whole thing. It's constantly being analyzed, and you're critiqued and looked at. And the whole thing about the Book of the Law, and what a good person I was following is a guy named Frater Oz. I was watching his YouTube version. I guess it's the version of Dr. Oz, but for Thelema. He said that everyone's personal reaction to this material is your will, and you have to find your own way in this system, if you were. But I think that the most telling thing is how Thelema was a direct influence on Scientology, and Scientology was completely inspired by Thelema, which I think is a very interesting sidebar to this conversation.
Love is a battlefield. I'm starting to think that we should no longer have any hotels. Has anything ever been good? Any ideas ever come out of a hotel room that's good?
Well, for me, like, you know, this is Crowley's fundamentalism coming into play. I mean, a preordained orbit, that smacks of Calvinism.
Sure.
You know, Calvinism, it's part of the belief that, you know, part of it is it's the belief that God has laid out our paths far in advance and we have no choice but to follow them. My personal reaction to Thelema is I fucking hate it because I'm a strong believer in the notion of free will, because no goddamn religion, whether it's Thelema or Christianity or whatever, is going to tell me what I'm fucking capable of.
Marcus,
and neither should any of you.
I like hearing this passion.
I do like to hear the passion, but I am pretty sure that God, when he saw us babies growing up, he said, one day they're going to be podcasters.
But that's what people, but then that's what I was talking about with our production call.
Yeah, we were having this conversation, actually.
But maybe the reason why is that we have been living our pure will up to this time, and we've managed to lock ourselves. We got onto the quote unquote right track accidentally, and now we're working it, right? But again, Marcus, you're allowed to have this reaction even within the world of Thelema because of every man and every woman is a star. You're allowed to fucking feel this way.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
they can't pull us in.
Okay.
Now, this notion of predestination could, as I said in the first episode, it could result in some pretty heinous behavior if the idea is taken to its extremes. However, Crowley at one point walked this back, saying that a true will that hurts others is not a true will.
No.
And we did get some criticisms from modern Thelemites for failing to mention this in the last episode, which I understand. But what I'll say is that my interpretation came from reading the principles laid out in the Book of the Law and extrapolating from the example Crowley himself set by living his life as a childish bastard from beginning to end. In this, I can't separate Aleister Crowley from Thelema any more than I can separate Joseph Smith from Mormonism.
I don't know if there's anything childish about all that anal sex.
Not these days.
Well, intent matters. And from my understanding, intent goes double in magic. And Crowley's intent was almost always shitty and selfish.
But I will say, after the fact, Crowley, though, ever present and ever understanding of, as a quote unquote capital G great person, his standing in history. So he will spend many decades separating himself purposely from the concepts of the Thelema. Keep saying, I am just the receiver. This came through me, and it's completely open interpretation. And the main good thing that Thelema brought, which is he was the one that created an open system of magic away from the walled gardens of of the Golden Dawn. And that was his main purpose, was that I took all of these supposedly secret teachings, I regurgitated into a very important piece of magical poetry that is so deep enough that it can continue to be analyzed until now, like over 100 years later. So he is, it's one of those things. He let the birds go, and now the birds shat all over fucking everybody.
This is why you never ask the naked guy at Starbucks what they're writing. Just never ask. Assume it's a bad screenplay.
That's the thing, is that, it doesn't mean that all of Crowley's ideas are easily dismissed. I actually like some of them. Like, the central message of the Book of the Law is that a new age, the third of its kind, had dawned for all humanity in 1904, and Crowley had been chosen to let us know. The first age, the age of the mother, had belonged to Isis and was marked by nature worship. The second, the age of the father, belonged to Osiris and was marked by patriarchal religions like Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. According to Crowley, though, this current age, which we've been living in for the last 117 years, is the age of Horus, the child.
The child.
The child.
Why is that? Okay.
And that's marked not by harmony and understanding, but by destruction, chaos, force, and fire. What I find interesting about this is that this proclamation was made a full decade before the outbreak of World War I. And I don't think anyone would argue that the 20th century, barring a decade of peace here and there, has not been a century of destruction, chaos, force, and fire on a scale never before seen.
When do we have the generation of competent adult? Does that ever happen?
Oh, you're talking about, Bidenism, the lore of the true power of centralism.
I'll write it.
In the eon of the child, we are not beholden to either mother or father gods, but are instead beholden only to ourselves. This, Crowley believed, was the age in which people could become gods, if and only if they followed what else but their will.
And guess what? That also sounds like Mormonism. Guess what that also sounds like? Scientology. It's the same. It's a system. So it's about, do you react
But there's
to
no
me?
acting classes.
No.
That's the problem for me.
That is
There
the
might be some
problem.
OTO acting classes.
Sit down!
I am an ashtray.
Honestly, I could tell some stories about being a human ashtray as an actor.
Well, outside of the eons, Crowley also introduced some key concepts that he would use throughout his life, although most of them were again concepts taken from his Christian upbringing. In particular, Crowley leaned heavily on his childhood favorite, the Book of Revelation. He put himself in the role of the great beast, taking the name Megatherion, and placed himself right in the middle of the story. And
He
this right
found
here-
himself in the Bible. That's what he did. He found himself in the Bible. That's what he said. And then he used that positioning to create a whole magical system where it will be aped by Anton LaVey later on in the idea of adopting the villain's point of view, truly to be the quote-unquote devil's advocate, because it's a story that quote-unquote no one's telling, really.
And this right here is part of why I have a hard time separating Crowley from Thelema, because Crowley made himself a central character in the cosmology. And not only that, another key concept seems to have been inserted into Thelema solely for Crowley's own pleasure or his own sadism, depending on your view of Crowley.
But this is why he kept backing himself out later on, because Crowley, again, he keeps saying, I'm just the messenger, guys. I'm just the guy who tells everybody the story, guys. But it takes a special asshole to tell a story like this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In more ways than one.
From Revelation, Crowley also took the character of the Scarlet Woman. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
As opposed to the Great Beast, which was something only Crowley could be. The Scarlet Woman was a sort of office that could be held by whatever woman Crowley chose. Essentially, the Scarlet Woman was there to help manifest the energies of the Eon of Horus through raw sexual energy, which pretty much made the Scarlet Woman no more than a walking, talking sex tool for Crowley to use, or, using a term Crowley himself later coined, a fuck stick.
Even in, first of all, that's not even a proper, they would be a fuckhole. That doesn't make any sense. He's the fuck stick.
You should write a dictionary.
Thank you. But he's just taking the same
Fuckstick,
power.
that was it. Now that I'm thinking about it, that was in his book of homosexual poetry, The Anal Song of Solomon. So Fuckstick would have been his
penis.
That's his penis. Yeah. So I was
Okay,
wrong in that.
well,
thank you.
The walking, talking sex tool judgment still stands.
I just love that he still, even in Magic, took the power structure from Mad Men, the TV show. Isn't that nice? Even in Magic, the woman's like, so I'm just a secretary, you fuck.
You play the girlfriend. Think about how exciting it is. I'm the great beast itself, in charge of the new Aeon. We're bringing in the dawn of the destructive
Like
child.
the CEO,
Yes.
let's say.
And
Yeah?
you're the girlfriend.
The secretary, who was also the girlfriend.
I'm Kevin James.
Okay.
You're Leah Remini.
Oh, lucky guy, honestly.
Yeah.
And conveniently enough, Crowley's first Scarlet Woman was Rose Kelly, who just happened to be sitting in the hotel room with Crowley while the Book of the Law was being written.
Did they do a job interview? Was she just drunk enough for the role? What happened?
She was just drunk enough for the role.
Well, as far as the veracity of the Book of the Law goes, Crowley claimed that the authenticity for the tome was located in the book itself. But as Lockman writes, you need an insane knowledge of both the Kabbalah and various other Hermetic disciplines in order to prove it. But there's supposedly proof there.
Okay.
You can see in how hard the book is to read.
Yeah.
I kind of feel the same way. I mean, I felt the same way about Dianetics, is that as you go through Dianetics...
But do you think this is harder than Dianetics? I think you said
Dianetics is harder
Oh,
than...
it is? Okay.
Dianetics is far harder to understand than the Book of the Law. The Book of the Law is poetry.
Okay.
So the thing about what's beautiful about being an art piece is that you can, like one Thelemite I was watching said, like the idea that like certain scenarios in your day will remind you of quotes from the Book of the Law that you will kind of, it accidentally works itself. Where Dianetics is an absolutely impenetrable manual written by a man making it up sentence by sentence because he knew in the end you had to create this is the lock, I'm the key. You have to have the two to work. And that is why LRH was a fantastic businessman and Crowley was just a poet.
Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard, I like his hat better too because he was like, I could be on the water or I could be on land.
Regardless, though, the ideas, no matter what you think about Crowley or how he wrote it, or even no matter what you think about the Book of the Law, the ideas are still talked about today.
Look at us.
114 years later.
All over the internet.
Yeah, and it's arguable that Crowley's doctrines, for ill or good, were among the most influential ideas of the 20th century, culturally speaking. The 20th century would look different if you pulled Crowley out of the middle of it.
Yes.
However, the Book of the Law itself would not be published for many years to come. After returning from Egypt, Crowley, quote unquote, lost the manuscript. And it wasn't for another 5 years until he found it again and saw it into print.
It's really strange. I do find that very interesting because this did really mean a lot to him, but he put it away.
Well,
on purpose.
I think what you said yesterday when we were talking yesterday about this, I think that rings true that he was scared of this.
Yeah.
Because it makes a lot of bold claims. And I don't think he knew that he did not yet have the clout to make people believe this.
He basically lost it like we lose our mask whenever we're rushing out from to go to work.
Kinda, but he also realized he wasn't the quote-unquote man. The thing about people like Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky, these people create what I view as a magical silhouette, right? Where you can draw a silhouette of Aleister Crowley, a line drawing, and you'd recognize who he is if you were any remote idea that you've seen him before. And he wasn't yet the man in the silhouette that needed to be bigger than life to sell this to people for them to believe him.
So you have to start by drawing a literal fuckstick. And then it blossoms
That
from
is
there.
a lot of Hermetic magic.
Okay.
You always stumble onto these things.
I got it. I get it.
But even though the book itself wasn't released immediately, Crowley still felt that he'd earned a higher magical grade. So he bestowed upon himself the rank of Adeptus Major, 6th degree, because he was still playing by the rules of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, but doesn't someone have to appoint you these things other than yourself?
He does his own. It's kind of like, when
Does
police
he have a
departments
ceremony in front of a bunch of mirrors?
No, when how police departments do when they do inner investigations of this stuff and they say, we nailed it. We nailed it. He's doing that where he's just like, we're just going to have to do a bit of an internal affairs search about whether or not I'm a great wizard.
But he's the whole precinct.
Let me just ask myself, Alistair, how we doing? You're crushing it. Thank you. A+.
Well, all right. It seems to be working for him.
Can I give myself a raise? Yeah, you can give yourself a raise. All right, great. I give myself a raise.
Yeah. You can't fire me. I quit. I'm you. What?
So once Crowley and Rose Kelly returned to Europe, Crowley began trying out some of the more instructive activities that AWOS had revealed during his 3 days of communication. Crowley made cakes out of wine, honey, olive oil, and minstrel blood for ritual use. Ooh. Although the eating of the cakes wasn't the point. You're not supposed to eat these things.
All right, whatever.
What is in this? This is
You're eating the decorations.
Oh, wow.
According to Crowley, these cakes attracted a species of beetle that couldn't be identified by the best entomologists in London.
Oh, yeah. We're the Beetle Boys. We're attracted to pussy blood.
Yeah. Beetle Boys. I like it. Honestly, it's so much better getting into these pussy blood because you really have to cut it by just leaving yourselves in a bunch of rusted nails.
This is great.
Well, these beetles were, however, magical. If one of the beetles were to be named after an enemy and squashed, the enemy was supposed to die. And if Crowley ate one of these beetles, he found that he became strong and lusty.
Man.
Didn't the person die on Fear Factor, that TV show, for eating a bunch of beetles? I feel like if you eat beetles, you may die.
You might. It's an urban legend. I don't think anyone died off of Fear Factor.
I don't know.
I actually don't know. I think somebody did. Maybe. We'll just assume it was a Florida competition based off of something they saw on Fear Factor, but without the regulations. Yes. That's what we'll say.
But interestingly, or perhaps just coincidentally, Aleister Crowley would appear on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by who else but the Beatles.
Whoa, pussy blood Beatles.
Whoa.
63 years after AWOS gave him the strong and lusty beetle cake recipe.
Did you just refer to a recipe as lusty?
My problem is just saying
the beetle cake is strong and lusty. It's the strong and lusty beetle cake. It's like fresh and fluffy fudge.
Okay.
Fresh and fluffy fudge. Triple F. And I also think it would be weird if you just said beetle cake, and then just a fucking pile of menstrual blood and olive oil shows up.
That's not a cake at all.
Well, perhaps spurred on by this strength and lust, Crowley wrote a letter to Samuel Mathers, declaring himself head of the Golden Dawn, even though both Crowley and Mathers had long since been kicked out of the Golden Dawn.
It's hard. He is obsessed. He is obsessed. He misses the Golden Dawn.
Does Golden Dawn even know he exists anymore?
It's gone. The Golden Dawn has been basically pulled apart.
No, it's still going on. Like, I think Yates is still, dabbling at this moment.
It's dabbling, but it's lost its luster.
Okay.
Everybody, he kind of popped it when he was screaming at everybody in the street with the hood on, and everyone just watch all of these fat men wizards all yell at each other and make symbols in front of each other's face.
Let's just say, like, when the lease for the headquarters was up, they didn't renew it.
Okay, so late 90s WCW. I got it. Just old men screaming at each other.
Well, with this letter that Crowley sent to Mathers, he also included a letter, quote unquote, written by the secret chiefs, reinforcing his claim. Crowley later said that he did not expect, nor did he receive an answer. And upon radio silence, Crowley declared magical war on Samuel Mathers.
Oh, we lost many, many men in that magical war.
Yeah. Just to boredom.
Imagine him trying to relate to a Vietnam vet.
No, I know what it's like to fight. One time I had to purchase almost 20 candles to defeat my enemy.
Yeah, I saw my buddy. His legs got blown off right in front of me.
Cool.
And we were being air backed out.
Excellent. Did you come in the stumps?
No, it was a really traumatic.
What a wasted opportunity.
He was my best friend. I really liked him, but he's still there. His body is still there.
Well, according to fucking Christ, man.
That's Vietnam.
That's Vietnam. Wait till we get to our My Lai series that we might do later this year.
Oh my goodness, that'll be fascinating.
Well, according to Crowley, Mathers sent a plague of abramelonic demons that caused chaos in the Crowley home.
We are here to mess up your day. We are here to never let you sleep. We come and hang out in your living room. You can never watch a little TV.
All day.
First, Crowley's bloodhounds suddenly died.
My bloodhound gang!
Then a servant lost his marbles and attacked Crowley's pregnant wife, Rose, with no provocation, tried killing her, and was only stopped after Crowley forced him down into the cellar with a big fish hook called a gaff.
Dude, he had one of those stage hooks. I want one so bad. I was talking about this the other day. Why is there not more celebration of big hooks?
Because I think it's extremely traumatizing to the performer and the audience.
But I mean, like, why is there not like a thing? Why is there no Hook Nation? Why is there not like people
What do you
who collect
mean, Hook Nation? What are you talking about?
people who collect big hooks?
It was ruined back in the 90s when all those Christian guys wore the fish hooks on the brim of their hats.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They
Fishers
fucked
of
it up.
men.
Fisher
Ugh.
of Men, which is what Jeffrey Epstein did to girls, and that's why he's dead.
Yeah, but then for some reason, so why is everybody going after women fishers, but he's like a trafficker?
Well, in response to the attack from Mathers, Crowley sent a cohort of his own demons, 49 by his wife's account.
Send every 49 of them. I want some more.
That's a lot of demons.
Yeah, it's led by the demon Beelzebub. He was at the fucking vanguard.
Oh, even he's cute.
There was no word on how this affected Mathers, but the magical attack supposedly stopped soon after. It worked.
Just cut to Mathers in hospice, just sitting there as the demons are all dancing around being like,
We are sitting on your ID bag. We are fucking with your amount of yellow.
out of there.
and he's just go. Like no response. And he's like, and Aleister Crowley at home covered in Egyptian wares, like, I won! I got him again!
Horrible.
Well, around that time, Rose finally gave birth to Crowley's first child, and they gave the baby girl the unfortunate name of Nuit Ma Ahathor Hecate Sappho Jezebel Lilith.
The baby couldn't even say that if it was sober.
No, and it's also like one of those things where it's named after Nuit, which actually I think that's actually kind of a pretty name. But then
Nuit, I like, and it has to do
every
with
other
love and the Book of Law and all that shit, yeah.
Sure, yeah, but then the rest of it's like every name of every famous biblical whore to exist. Which is a lot.
Except
it's a
for
lot.
Sappho, who was a famous lesbian.
Famous lesbian, which is cool.
Yeah.
I think that's
Sappho, that's a whole different
Jezebel
story.
and Lilith. It is called. It's cool names, but
Yeah,
it's all of them. You know what I mean?
That's a lot, yeah.
But even though Crowley was riding high spiritually, his professional life was in shambles. See, at this point, Crowley had been self-publishing books in expensive editions for the previous 6 years to almost non-existent sales, even after he slashed prices.
It's a clearance sale on magic.
Wow. This is just poetry. This is only poetry.
Is this kind of like when a band will do like a super expensive like vinyl rollout
Yes.
that no one's asked for?
Yeah, this is like when Factory Records put out the Blue Monday single they put out the Blue Monday single in packaging that actually cost them money.
Wow.
Because they didn't think that it was going to be that big of a hit, and ended up being one of the biggest singles in British history.
Oh wow, that's actually the opposite because his packaging destroyed his sales.
No, it did. It destroyed Factory Records.
Wow.
Because
Yeah,
they
because
had to pay
more.
They had to pay for each single. For every single in Blue Monday, they had to pay for it.
Yeah, that's. I wonder why the music industry collapsed.
I don't know.
So many good decisions were made.
Well, to give you an idea of how low of an interest there was in Crowley's writing, his bestseller, a collection of poetry called Jephthah, sold only 10 copies. That was
10 mighty copies,
10 by the
and
sea?
each 10 of the
Wow.
cardinal directions of the universe.
Whoa, 10 copies, double-digit copies.
I tell you what, it could have been 8.
Absolutely, Alistair.
As such, Crowley closed his account with his publisher temporarily and moved on, at least just for a bit.
Oh, yeah, and you can just see their publisher just being like, no, don't go. Oh, please go.
no.
Oh, go, no.
Oh,
okay.
bye, Alistair. Bye.
When I say publisher, I mean the person he paid to self-publish his books. That publisher, that was a sad day for him. He lost a lot of money.
By the way, I've noticed that your home is actually significantly lacking in magical beetles. So I've made you a little bit of dessert.
Oh, it's Pussy Blood Beetle Cake.
Or perhaps in looking for something to raise his profile, Crowley accepted an invitation to climb Kanchenjunga, the world's third highest mountain, on the request of a Swiss mountaineer named Jules Jacques Guillermond, who had written a book about K2. But while Crowley might have gone to this expedition with the intention of doing something great for which he might receive adulation, he mostly seems to have approached the entire affair with the intention of being the biggest bastard possible.
He definitely was king baby during the scenario.
In other words, Kanchenjunga was Aleister Crowley's first public step towards a reputation that would see him branded as the wickedest man in the world.
Ooh.
Now, when Jules Guillermond asked Crowley to join him on the expedition, he didn't mean that Crowley should lead the party, but Crowley wouldn't do it unless he was in charge of the whole thing.
Good Lord. Dude, I just don't understand. Like, I wish I could, like, go back in time being like, just be talent, Crowley. You don't have to be executive producer. Just skate, and you could do it.
No?
And predictably, Crowley made all the wrong moves from the word go, even though he knew that the expedition was going to be dangerous. Before leaving, Crowley wrote up a will requesting that he be buried in his Golden Dawn robes with his crown and wand in a sealed vault with a collection of his self-published books printed on the finest parchment.
Wait till you see that I am what I'm buried with.
Yeah, wait till you see what you're actually buried with.
I know, that's the problem. You gamble,
Henry,
you make all these
absolutely.
promises to yourself, and then you have to deal with all of these fucking unpredictable people.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely bury you with the crown that you bought 5 years ago at age 65 to make yourself feel young again.
That's what I'll do
We'll
to
bury
her.
you with that. We'll
I'm
bury
being
you-
invisible.
Yeah, sure.
We'll definitely bury you with your fucking fake Bigfoot print.
Shut up! Shut up! It was for the moment, and it's nice to have 3 Bigfoot prints in my home.
Oh, yeah, Henry's going to want to hold on to that. Yeah.
Concerning Crowley's leadership, though, his first mistake was changing the route up the mountain from what Guillermond had already mapped out, which took the party on a path much more prone to avalanches on a mountain already known for avalanches.
It's fun, and avalanche is like the world's biggest skateboard.
It could be fun. Yeah.
Second, just before the expedition was set to push off on the journey on foot, Crowley invited along an Italian hotel owner with no climbing experience named Alcesti Rigo de Rigi.
Listen, this is my spaghetti man. Please introduce yourselves to them. The spaghetti man, he says, he's already got it bubbling. Al dente, how I love you.
I love El Chesty.
Tell me, can I stay here on the ground and make antipasti?
No, spaghetti man. You're about to make spaghetti in the clouds.
I prefer to stay on the ground.
Oh, you're going to a basket where you'll die.
Oh, this is a horrible idea for El Chesty.
Well, Crowley said that he invited the Italian because Rigo de Rigi spoke Hindustani and could communicate with the porters. But the real reason was because Crowley owed a sizable hotel bill, and Rigo de Rigi agreed to waive it in exchange for a spot on the journey.
What's wrong with El Chesty?
I don't know.
Why would you do this?
No.
It is not worth money. I don't know what
So,
to tell you. You did something horrible.
Let me do that. Let me get this right. You're not going to have to, I don't have to pay you, and you get to do this thing to help me out, of course.
Yeah.
Come on, come aboard, El Chesty.
Well, it was very dangerous. This is the 3rd highest mountain in the world, and it's arguably the most dangerous of the 3. And this guy, a fucking Rigo de Rigi, had no climbing experience at all. He was a liability.
Italians explore the seas, and the Swiss explore the mountains.
Sure. But Aleister Crowley, you can almost see him doing it because it comes down to the bill and he's just like, Mr. Crowley, you don't need to pay this bill. And he's just like, what if I told you? I can make you a bird. It's like they go up into this, like, you probably sold him, being like,
must
you
have.
will not be in any harm. I'm a master mountaineer and I'm a magus. And you shall come with me and I will show you will be completely safe.
And so, after the expedition made their way through leech-infested valleys in torrential rain, they came upon the southwest face of Kanchenjunga. Almost immediately, though, Crowley began behaving badly, beating the porters and making them march barefoot across the glacier in order to once again establish superiority.
Oh my goodness! What did they do? Break his bong like when that person broke Butterball and you
No,
took their shoes?
No, he was doing it for no reason. I took that guy's shoes for very good reason.
It was
He learned
justice.
a valuable lesson that night.
It was
know.
just.
And he could have come back and gotten his shoes at any time.
You started
I
this, Kessel.
I know. I was saying that in defense.
Crowley also wasn't very talented or didn't put much effort into carving steps in the ice they were climbing. And 2 days after Guillermond voiced his concern about this, a porter slipped on Crowley's poor handiwork and fell to his death.
Oh my.
Whoops.
That's horrible.
Some porters believed that the mountain required a sacrifice and had taken it.
No.
But the more
That's how the porters rationalized it.
Yeah, but the more grounded of Crowley's companions knew that the only person responsible was Aleister Crowley. Finally, after weeks of mismanaging supplies and mistreating porters, Crowley lost leadership of the expedition when Guillermond led a mutiny. Crowley, pouting, decided to stay behind as the rest of the men continued up the mountain. But he told the mutineers as they departed that if they chose to go on without him, they'd all be dead men. The next day, Crowley unfortunately proved to be correct.
No.
Guillermond and 4 other men were tied together climbing across a cliff face when one of them slipped on a sharp corner and pulled 2 others down with him.
Oh my God, they tied the rope around the fat one.
They did. They thought he'd be the anchor, but they didn't understand he really then would become the anchor.
Yeah, gravity is.
Well, Guillermond and Rigo de Rigi managed to stay above the fray.
I was so scared. I should be with the gnocchi.
But the fall shifted the snow, and the ensuing avalanche dragged 6 men down the mountain, burying and instantly killing 3 of them. Now, immediately after the avalanche, one of the men ran back to Crowley's camp looking for help, but Crowley ignored him and refused to help in any way whatsoever. Instead, he continued about his business around the camp and remained in his tent like a little bitch, saying that it was their own fault and therefore didn't deserve his help.
See, this is every man and every woman is a star.
Yep, exactly.
He's doing his own thing because he sat there. Obviously, that's not the letter of the law later on, but he is very much like, not my problem.
They did go on without him, not to blame.
Of course,
but,
that's the thing. He gave them. He told them what
I
happened.
guess. I mean, he
Well,
also
and
could have then been a man and been like, all right, I'll help you. But
No, yeah, of course. He could have been a superhero that day, but he decided not to be.
But what you got to do is you got to help, but also point out that you told them not to do this every single step of the way, but also help.
You get all the points.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Book of the Law, it has shades of objectivism.
Sure.
It definitely has that. It has a pretty strong asshole scent.
Well, he's the ultimate asshole, which is unfortunately we talked about. It's the way of the mages.
Yeah.
Kind of. You can end up being an asshole if you don't do it right.
Yep. And this inaction proved to be one of the worst decisions Crowley ever made. Even though there wasn't much that he could do besides recover the bodies, the fact that he acted so callously, that haunted him for the rest of his life, especially after he went home and gave 5 newspaper interviews trying to defend his actions.
Because it became like that movie, what was it, the Force de Majeure movie about like that guy ran away from the avalanche when he thought it was going to kill him and his family. And it's a cool movie. It's great. But it is funny to see because it's actually some of the most press he got.
Yeah.
Was after this. And it was him constantly just being like...
So how did the story spread that he was such a bastard on the mountain?
People survived.
Oh, yeah. There were plenty. I think 6 people died over. It was 3 or 6 people that died. But, like Rigo de Rigi never climbed another mountain.
He should have been on the first one.
No.
Yeah, he got pretty hurt, and so did Guillermond. Like, people were badly injured, but most of them survived.
You hurt my pizza hand.
Oh, don't hurt the
I
pizza
never
hands.
wrote the doggy.
That's sad.
Well, following the bad press of Kanchenjunga, Crowley went on another world tour, taking his wife Rose and baby daughter Lilith along with him on what proved to be a highly dangerous journey. In Calcutta, 6 men in white robes attempted to mug Crowley, but he claimed to have fired his revolver into the air several times to scare them away. And to escape police attention, Crowley claimed to have once again turned himself invisible.
Whoa.
Yep, you might have.
Next, Crowley and his family took a ship to Burma with the intent to cross over the border on horseback to China. But as the Crowley family were crossing the Chinese frontier, Crowley's pony reared and threw Crowley off a 40-foot tall cliff.
Jeez.
Now, even though this fall should have, by all accounts, killed Crowley, he claimed to have been entirely unharmed. He believed that this meant he was destined for something greater, so he gave himself another magical promotion.
You win!
This time
Another promotion.
It was exempt adept. He was now at the highest grade of the second order. He is now equal to Mathers.
So you were supposed to, there was a thing to ascend to this grade, right? The idea is there's like a challenge or an obstacle you're supposed to get through to prove that you enter into these new levels. So he was supposed to, quote unquote, cross the abyss. It is this thing where you're supposed to do this shit because what he says here, it is how he viewed it was that he is on this roving trip that became accidentally, not even planned in his mind after the fact. It was him crossing the abyss and him falling into the crag and surviving was him venturing across the fucking impenetrable land that he was supposed to get to and making it. So then he's like, I then assign that after the fact.
But how difficult was it? His wife and his daughter, who was like 6 months old, could do it.
No, he was just him.
It was just him alone when he got thrown off the mountain?
It's about aimless. This started as an aimless drifting trip that he sort of began to give form to as he goes. Because he's literally just going across China and all these countries on a horseback, just doing bullshit.
I thought that his wife and daughter were along with him for part of this.
They were. They absolutely were.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. They just, no, they don't matter, Marcus. They're there, but he's not, he does not consider them in any way, shape, or form. They're being dragged along with him.
Yes. Well, this whole experience put him on the cusp of joining the ranks of the secret chiefs themselves. And with this new rank, Crowley decided to finally finish the Abramelin ritual that he'd abandoned so many times before. But the problem was that all of Crowley's stuff was in Scotland at Boleskine. And here he was riding a pony across China. So
Every day.
That's where every time I find myself, I'm like stuck on a pony across China.
Of course.
So Crowley, being the magical master he believed himself to be, did the entire Abramelin ritual in an imaginary temple in his mind.
Now, while this is, to many, including some of us in this room, this is stupid, right? And it doesn't make any sense. But the thing about Crowley was that the one thing that he was really good at, which is one of the major skills, if you really do believe you want to do ritual magic, one of the major skills that you must have is an ability to hold images in your mind and develop images in your brain so concretely. Because if ritual magic is anything but just self-hypnosis, this is one of those things where if you can complete a thing, because what they said about Crowley is that he used to play, you know, they had like 3D chess, they had not 4D chess. Like, you know that there's a term of 4D chess, but there's like quantum chess. The idea that you would divide a board by like 4, like it's like a 3D thing where you'd have a board cutting in the middle of a normal planar board going in a perpendicular fashion, and you play on 2 different boards at once. He was able to do these type of mental games in his head. So, and this is in ritual magic, the idea that you're supposed to build an inner temple. That is like one of the common core things of the Golden Dawn, is being able to, from within your own mind, build the sacred place that you're supposed to enter to.
Well, I don't know if ESPN is going to be airing 4D chess anytime soon.
I don't think so.
Boring.
It is incredibly boring. Yeah. But he also, there is some talk about, there is some truth. He did put some work into the Abramelin ritual because he changed Boleskine. He actually put in windows, because one of the things with Boleskine, one of the things with the Abramelin ritual is that you're supposed to be in a space where you can see a window going out in each cardinal direction. And he rebuilt his whole house so that he could start doing this work at home. So he was taking it. He didn't stop doing magical work.
He hired somebody else.
Exactly. That's what it was. He made he sent a telegram.
He did.
He didn't do that himself.
No.
When it came to the actual hard work that needed to be done, Crowley was not the best.
The mental work there. He was hungry for knowledge. I'll put it that way.
Definitely.
Yeah. By April, Crowley had reached Shanghai, where former astral sex partner Elaine Simpson happened to be living. Oh, she was also the woman that stormed the Golden Dawn headquarters with him.
Oh yeah.
Well, he asked her for help in summoning Aiwass using the Abramelin ritual, and with her assistance, Crowley claimed to have made contact. In this gab session, Aiwass bestowed upon Crowley the Order of the Silver Star, which meant that Crowley had been accepted as a member of the Third Order, which in effect put him in the company of the secret chiefs.
Wow.
Now, at the same time that Crowley was fast ascending the magical ladder, his family life was just as quickly falling apart.
Seems to go hand in hand.
Rose Kelly's alcoholism was only getting worse, and Crowley, besides, also probably wasn't the easiest person to be married to.
No way.
Then, when Rose and her daughter went home from the trip to China before Crowley, their daughter, Nuit Ma'ahathor Hakate Sappho Jezebel Lilith, died of typhus.
What?
Yeah, it's a parasite-borne disease that they probably picked up on one of these around-the-world trips. You get it from fleas and ticks and mites and stuff like that.
Man, his daughter, talk about living fast. Just 1 week old, getting hammered in the womb.
She really is
then
the
just
she
typhus
really
at the
was
end.
the James Dean of toddlers.
Yeah. Wow. Poor gal.
But Crowley, in characteristically blaming everyone but himself, decided that his daughter died because Rose hadn't properly cleaned Lilith's bottle, and it was the bottle that carried the fatal typhus infection. Furthermore, Crowley said that the gods had killed Lilith because Rose had failed in her duties as the Scarlet Woman, because, as the Book of the Law said, if pity and compassion and tenderness visit the Scarlet Woman's heart, i.e., if she acted like a mother, then the vengeance of the gods would be known.
Oh, so that would be a bad thing.
It
So
would
when
be.
she was just getting hammered, treating her fetus like a sailor, that was like, he was like, you're nailing it.
That it was. That is what he thought.
But that's why these ideas don't work. That's one of the things that Crowley that Lockman actually pointed out, is that she was actually acting like a Scarlet Woman. She wasn't taking care of her baby. She was getting drunk all the fucking time. She was being the Scarlet Woman, but still Crowley said that she failed because I guess she told her
doesn't like
baby
her.
she loved it.
Yeah, he doesn't like her anymore. He stopped liking Rose. And so then she stopped being the Scarlet Woman that he wanted her to be. It's easy as that. And when it comes down to it, it's just like he just thinks she's gross.
Yeah, I guess
And Aleister Crowley wants to be with a man.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Well, still, Crowley did seem to be actually aggrieved by the death of his daughter, and it showed in physical ailments. A gland in his groin became so infected he needed an operation, and his right eye picked up a chill, whatever that may be. I have
don't
no
know what
idea
that means.
I don't know what that means.
Is this like a thing that happens to people who are mourning the death of a child? A gland in their crotch forms? Is that like, or did he just get that through a series of horrible lifestyle
I don't
decisions?
know. Sometimes you lose a child, then you post a very controversial social media post that gets a lot of attention.
Yes, and then somebody plays it on our last stream on the left.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Travis Morningstar.
The grief, however, didn't last long, because soon after the death of their first child, Rose gave birth to the second.
Oh, no.
This one was more simply named Lolo Zaza, after a nickname given to Crowley's mistress, Vera Snep.
They cut out 90% of the first name.
It is weird to give your daughter the name. Like, I guess that's a part of what it is. He's such a diabolist. So everything has to be whatever's the most fucking twisted and gross shit. The idea of like naming someone, being like, this is essentially my side chick. I'm like naming my daughter after my side chick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Now, it was at this point in Crowley's life when he could have settled down. I mean, his first child had died, another one had come, and Crowley, he'd actually shown some inkling of humanity in the process, outside, of course, the mystical blame game.
Have you seen the pictures of them? The family pictures of Aleister Crowley and them? It is so fucking weird. It's like uncanny valley to watch Aleister Crowley. It's like he's got the one daughter that's now the new alive one that he likes. He likes the new one.
He likes the new one.
And they're all like laughing and smiling. And there's these like pictures where we're like, oh, he almost became kind of normal. And he got into a routine for a period of time, like being a family man.
Yeah, because the second child was born with, of course, fetal alcohol syndrome, but had also, almost died. And he himself, sat by the bedside. He provided oxygen to her. He breathed life into her.
Yeah.
And he did show some affection for the child. And you read in his diaries that he's very happy that his child had died. And he has this moment when he could have just quit all of it and just become a guy.
Okay,
But-
I give you a little oxygen, and now we'll give you a little snip of schnapps. Don't tell mama. Little sip of schnapps, and then you
And then a
get
little
your
for me, and
oxygen.
then
Ooh.
I have a little bit of schnapps, and I have a little bit of
I am a
oxygen.
great father.
But instead, Crowley abandoned his new daughter and chose magic.
Damn it! All he had to do was keep the kid drunk and just hang out with it.
No, it's not Wisconsin, buddy. This is Europe.
And he began discussing the founding of a new magical order with his old buddy George Cecil Jones. Using a whole shitload of hash, Crowley finally completed the Abramelin ritual and claimed that as a result, his consciousness had absorbed that of his guardian angel Aiwass, which made Crowley even more powerful. Well, after that, George Cecil Jones agreed with Crowley's assumption that he had reached the Third Order and joined the Secret Chiefs. The zest had returned to Crowley's life.
The heat is on.
I just
On the street. I don't even want to be invisible anymore.
wow, dude! I feel bad for the Secret Chiefs. Everyone that wants to hang out with them is Aleister Crowley.
They're all his phantom friends, but that's how you make friends, guys. If you don't have any friends, build friends in your mind.
Yeah.
Because now he's walking down the street. He's got a little pep. He's wearing his full outfit. He's fucking high-fiving people. They don't want him anywhere near him. You know what I mean? It's fun.
Yeah, and he's about to start forming like his magic crew.
Yeah.
Like the weird little dudes that follow him around like a bunch of fucking puppies.
His whack pack.
Baba Booey.
Well, soon he decided to get back into publishing by releasing a collection of his works. The world was ready.
Finally. I mean, honestly,
How did the world change to become ready?
he decided to do it then.
Okay.
To promote the sale, Crowley offered a prize of £100 to the person who wrote the best critical essay of his work.
We should have done this for our book.
Yeah. He just paid someone to write a good review.
Yes, exactly.
Now, from what Crowley wrote in his confessions, his work at that time was being written about by, quote, the most important people in the world of letters, who had called Crowley the only living poet of any magnitude.
And I'll tell you the name of the man who wrote that astounding review.
Yeah?
His name was Aleister Crowley.
You have to come up with a different
Oh, yes. Yes.
any last name. You can even be Aleister.
His name was Rupert Milton Bradley Parker Brothers.
Those are board game companies.
But the thing is, what I don't understand about board games is when you're playing a game, you're not bored anymore.
Wow, you are fun. You're the greatest poet in the history of the world.
But at the same time, Crowley also claimed that his point of view was so original, that his thoughts were so profound, that his illusions were, quote, so recondite.
Whoa, that's a cool
that
word.
most people were unable to appreciate or understand it, hence the low sales.
Oh, I totally understand being too much of a genius for people to understand your sketch comedy.
It's not our fault.
I'm too good
Yeah.
at this job.
In no way is the world of entertainment. It doesn't mean that you should try to get an audience.
No.
An audience means you're no longer an artist.
Yeah, you're not an artist. But but I will say in the Book of the Law, it is really deep. It's just his other poetry is not.
Okay.
No. But even though no evidence exists of these important people in the world of letters who so praised Crowley, there was exactly one weird little man who was a huge, unabashed fan of Crowley's work.
Danny
That man-
DeVito.
That man was Captain John Fuller.
Hey, man, sometimes all you need is one super fan to keep you going.
And you
Yep.
needed to be a captain.
That
Yeah.
helps.
Fuller, nicknamed Boney because he was obsessed with Napoleon, was the first and only entrant into Crowley's essay competition.
Hey, man,
Fuller-
sometimes you just all it takes is one.
It's not a competition then.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's only one person, and it can't be a competition.
Hey, say that to somebody when you're running for mayor only against yourself.
Every day.
Fuller was also an early convert to what Crowley was calling Crowleyanity, which was his first draft of a religion before Thelema.
That's what shows me he has a little bit more of a forethought about his work, about being a teacher, and there was like a dalliance with being a cult leader, a little bit.
What about altheism?
Yeah, it would have been better.
Altheism, actually.
Crowleyanity is a terrible name.
It's horrible.
Now, Fuller had a bad habit of following bad people because years after he inevitably fell out with Crowley, he became infatuated with Adolf Hitler.
What always happens.
And wrote the book that inspired the Nazi Blitzkrieg.
Oh,
In
God.
appreciation, Fuller was invited to and actually attended Hitler's 50th birthday party.
Yeah, dude, they sang karaoke.
Wow. So Aleister Crowley was his good friend.
He was his good friend. He went to Adolf Hitler's birthday party.
Wow.
It's just wild.
Hitler in the wild.
But back when Fuller was following Crowley, his blowjob of an essay in which he called Crowley a priest of Apollo 100 million years in the making was published by Crowley himself under the title The Star in the West. In this, Crowley gave himself a new title. I think this is his 8th or 9th by this point.
And this will become his motto this term.
He called himself Vi Veri Viniversum Vivus Vici, or Frater Vivi VVV, the
Five E's.
Magister Templi.
Yeah, the 5 E's.
Yeah.
5 E's.
Some you can say blackout drunk. It works.
5 E's.
VV.
There's going to 5 E's.
Yep.
Predictably, though, even though the essay was published, Crowley never paid out Fuller the 100-pound prize.
You don't pay these people. What am I going to do? I'm going to pay you. You're here fucking sucking my dick. I'm not paying you, but I have an idea. I have something better than a one-time payment. How about you be my best friend?
Can I just take the money, please?
No. You're my best friend now. Best friend.
Fine.
Now, at this time in Crowley's life, his hard drug use had not yet reached debilitating levels, but his drug use was introducing people who had reached the debilitation point.
What kind of drugs are we talking here in this
Hash.
era?
This
Hash.
hash and opium.
It's edible hash, which I don't know what that's like, what that does. But if it's like opium, it makes you sleepy.
Sleepy time tea, yeah.
Well, while on one of his drug runs, Crowley met a man named George Montague. Montague's official title was the Earl of Tankerville.
Yep.
But due to his massive cocaine addiction, Crowley called him the Earl of Coke and Crankum.
Can you imagine if your drug dealer? Can you imagine if your drug dealer also had a land title?
But what the hell is Tankerville?
He wasn't his drug dealer. They went to the same drug dealer. He was a guy that he met at his drug dealer's house.
And both just having coked up, because coked up, like, magic conversations have to be so interesting, but also fucking awful.
Don't light a match in Tankerville. Everyone is covered in oil. What is this place?
Now, the highly paranoid middle-aged Earl was convinced that his mother was trying to kill him with witchcraft. And Crowley, seeing an opportunity to butt in on some family drama, offered to help.
You gotta get this fucking bitch. She's trying to fucking destroy me, man. She doesn't fucking get that I'm like fucking. I have so much shit going on. I have so many fucking irons in the fire, and she comes in with like a cold pail of water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm so fucking sick of this bitch.
For having so many irons in the fire, you don't have any pants on. Yeah.
But through that desire to cause trouble, Crowley also technically made the Earl his very first student in magic, for a fee. Crowley told the Earl that if he wanted to develop his magical powers, the two of them needed to go on what Crowley called a magical retirement, which really meant that the Earl was about to pay for a vacation in North Africa.
Listen, the one thing that we must do before sitting down to do our great work is we must go on vacation.
Oh, I think that sounds great.
Well, again, he actually is trying to recreate the magic of when he went into the Book of the Law, because he said that every single time he took a break, when he'd come back, he'd be super inspired. So he would do these things where he would go and fuck off. And that was, to him, a part of his process, which is actually an inherent part of the comedian's process as well.
I love that chapter in Book of the Law. I need a vacation from my vacation. That's a great
And one of the most beautiful passages, which says, "Don't hassle me, I'm local."
I'm local. Yes, powerful stuff.
The trip, however, was a massive failure.
Okay.
By the end of it, the Earl famously told Crowley, quote,
I'm sick of your fucking teaching as if you were God Almighty and I was a poor bloody shit in the street.
That is a direct quote.
Yeah.
You got the
Sick of your fucking teaching. You're fucking sitting here teaching me, telling me you're a fucking teacher. I'm calling you a fucking teacher. You're the teacher. I'm the one paying for shit. I'm teaching you. I'm teaching you how to make money.
That's the thing when you're hanging out with someone with that cocaine energy. You better be sure they don't get that Sauron eye, that light shit on you because
Yeah, he's just like, oh, uh-oh.
this is bad.
Tellingly, though, this statement actually shows that Crowley was taking his role as a teacher seriously. But still, the whole thing ended when the Earl decided that Crowley was in cahoots with his mother. And Crowley just went back home.
Okay, but I really do believe that's why, like, up to a point, I think he did start taking this shit actually seriously. Like,
Oh, totally.
he never stopped his search for the truth of his magical truth. He never stopped. And he really did start to get the discipline that he was told to get from Eckenstein. Like, he started really working on it. He's just a shithead.
And he did have the right idea with the Earl of Tankerville. If you tell one person high on cocaine a whole series of things, you basically just told 20 people.
Oh, yeah, you're getting
That's
students.
the mouthpiece you need. This is before terrestrial radio. The first AM radio station was just a cokehead at a bar.
Once Crowley returned home, though, he promoted himself again.
Oh my God, again.
Yeah, he gave himself the title of Adeptus Exemptus, which officially made him a secret chief.
I'm in.
He's now a secret chief.
He is a secret chief. Look at that.
Not so secret.
But really, it is interesting. Am I right in saying he took that seriously enough where he wasn't willy-nilly promoting himself per se? It was a few years, right?
It was
in
a mix.
between each.
He was following
promotion.
his true will.
Okay, all right. So I'll give him some credit for that. He didn't give him the promotion overnight.
Yeah. Well, going off his new station, Crowley felt that he finally had enough clout to found his own magical society. He called it the Argentium Astrum, but it was more commonly known as the AA. However, as Lockman points out, it would be a mistake to see the AA or Crowley's role as a teacher as merely a money-making venture. While Crowley did indeed charge for the privilege, part of what makes Crowley interesting is that he believed with 100% certainty in everything he taught, whether it had any grounding in reality or not.
He was a true magus. He thought that it was all a part of the work, whether it was fucking with you, whether it was imaginary. It was work that like loosened up the mind to allow you to do all the other ritual shit that he will eventually teach you the blow by blow of.
Kind of makes it more nefarious, though, don't you think? I mean, like, even like a Keith Raniere type, I think he believes everything that all the BS he was spouting.
No, Keith Raniere did not.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely not. Keith Raniere stole everything from Scientology. He's a complete and total fucking
I'm not
fake.
saying he didn't steal it, but I think he believed it.
He believed in himself as a teacher. Aleister Crowley, in his way, if you read the confessions, because we have the confessions that say, like, because in the end, he didn't make that much money. Like,
no,
it didn't really pan out to really anything. He really was in it for the love of the game of magic. Did he like having a group of people call him Magus and like make him feel lofty? Absolutely. But he loved the process of it. Like, he liked opening up all of these gates that used to be closed.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly took advantage of vulnerable people again and again. And was a terrible person for doing so. But he did it in the service of what he believed to be magic, and which means he was not strictly a con man. You know, in a way, Crowley is actually better than the fucking pastors at today's mega churches who take advantage of the scared and vulnerable every fucking day. Because at least Crowley wasn't pretending to do good while using Jesus as a way to fund multi-million-dollar tax-free lifestyles.
Well,
Get this piece of shit, Marcus. Woo!
Unless those scared or vulnerable are in need of a place to stay, in which case, we just lock the door.
Lock the door.
Lock the
Isn't that
doors.
something?
It's interesting.
I mean, Crowley, he may have lied about the manner in which the dictation of the Book of the Law occurred, or he might have just given it a poetic interpretation, but he still believed in the end that it was Aiwass who spoke to him.
He stuck a flag into a esoteric nation. Like, he did it. Like, he went, he managed to come up with an important work, which is what none of us do. You know what I mean? Like, he has one thing that he did that changed the fabric of society.
Well, I suppose the point here is that Crowley never really made any substantial profit from teaching magic to others, and didn't really care to do so. What Crowley really cared about was attention and notoriety, and he was about to get that in fucking spades. However, Crowley might not made it as far as he did if not for the adoration and assistance of an unkempt, ill-mannered, emotionally doomed poet with a piercing, nervous laugh named Victor Neuburg.
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 Oh, this man is I don't know how to describe him. This actually comes from a description from Aleister Crowley of what he thought Neuburg was like. He was an agnostic, a vegetarian, a mystic, a Tolstoyan, and several other things all at once. He endeavored to express his spiritual state by wearing the green star of Esperanto, though he could not speak the language, by refusing to wear a hat, even in London, to wash, and to wear trousers. Whenever addressed, he wriggled convulsively, and his lips, which were 3 times too large for him, and had been put on hastily as an afterthought, emitted the most extraordinary laugh that had ever come my way. To these advantages, he united those of being extraordinarily well-read, overflowing with exquisitely subtle humor, and being one of the best-natured people that ever trod this planet.
Well, I cannot tell if you gave me a compliment or if you were extremely
Shut up, you big-lipped jerk.
Yeah,
Nah, roasted you, but you only roast the ones you love.
So do you like me? I don't know. I'm confused.
Well, in the literary world, Neuburg is known mostly for publishing the first book of Dylan Thomas poems, which is a big fucking deal. But in the world of Aleister Crowley, Neuburg was the man who was eventually driven mad by Crowley's massively powerful anus.
Oh my goodness.
Snapping like an alligator's fucking mouth, dude.
A whole nother meeting to under milk wood. Dylan Thomas.
Wow.
Under
Holy
milk.
fucking shit. Did you just do a Dylan
dude.
Thomas reference?
I know a lot of stuff.
Whoa.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed.
Thank you so much.
Now, Neuburg was introduced to Crowley through Captain John Fuller as a young man with great magical potential in need of a master.
I need a master.
And pretty soon, Neuburg had joined Crowley's magical order under the name Omnia Vincam, which means I shall conquer all. And he began his magical training.
I wish we could change it to I shall conquer most, because I shall conquer all really sets me up for a bit of a fall there, doesn't it?
It's a lot of work to conquer all. Yes, indeed, Nordberg.
Neuburg.
Neuburg was a murderer.
He's not O.J. Simpson's character in Naked Gun.
O.J. Simpson, I lost him to the acting when I watched Naked Gun. I don't even see O.J.
But even though Neuburg seemed to have the same predilection towards magic that Crowley possessed, Crowley in those early days seemed mostly interested in emotionally abusing his new student. In an attempt to liberate Neuburg from his repressions, Crowley got Neuburg drunk at a party in Paris, then encouraged him to hit on every woman at the party, while Crowley, behind Neuburg's back, told everyone in the room that Neuburg was a virgin.
That's a nice shirt you're wearing, ma'am. Can I be inside of it, ma'am?
And then Crowley's just next to me. Yeah, he's a virgin.
It's not
You
even
should go and get him. But meanwhile, this guy's a stupid virgin. And then like they're all just, these women must just be staring at these two absolute boobs.
Well, Crowley thought that he was very funny. He thought himself very funny.
Oh, no.
And he was, Lockman very, very, very aptly described Crowley's humor as forced.
He didn't have a natural inclination of it. He just thought abuse was funny. Kind of like the idea of like the old, like the puppets that like was it Paunch and Jim? What the fuck are these things called?
Punch and Judy.
Yeah, when they like beat each other, he loved that shit. And so him like playing quote unquote pranks on Neuburg were actually all like emotionally devastating.
I'm sure, yeah. It sounds like it.
No, this next one, Crowley eventually instructed a lover named Euphemia Lamb to flirt with Neuburg, and Crowley in turn told Neuburg that Euphemia was smitten.
She's totally into you, dude. She's totally into you. You should totally go for it. This is big. And he's just like, oh, Alistair, you sure? It's like, absolutely, Neuburg. She can't get enough of you. She's been talking about it all night.
Neuburg was naive enough to propose to Euphemia.
Oh, yeah, I know you love me. I know you do. Oh, AC told me it was true.
And if you're Alistair, you're like, this is working out better than I thought.
Of course,
He's
yeah.
actually proposing to her.
It is very entertaining for him.
Yeah, and then Crowley took Neuburg to a brothel and had him sleep with a woman. And then he convinced Neuberg to confess his indiscretion to his new fiance.
Yeah.
My God, he is such a asshole.
Yeah,
I hate
it's
him.
brutal.
Yeah.
He made him go have sex with a sex worker, bring him back, and then he was just like, now you have to confess what you did. Tell her what you did.
Like, oh, Alice,
my
I didn't know. Why do I gotta do it?
Yeah, and then Euphemia, she acted, of course, heartbroken, and
Disgusting.
she ended it. And then after it was all over, Crowley, fucking Neuberg was devastated, and Crowley seriously went to him with, "It's just a prank, bro."
It's just a prank, dude.
This is like,
Fucking be chill, dude. It's a bro. It's a
this
joke,
is how
dude.
you get killed. This is how you die.
Look, it's called comedy, dude. It's protected
Yeah.
by the First Amendment.
It sounds like Aleister Crowley is just an old-timey version of Man Cow in the Morning
He
from
is.
Chicago.
Yeah. And Neuberg actually refused to believe him. They had sold it so well that he said, you're lying. I don't believe you. And didn't believe it until he walked in on Crowley and his former fiance sharing a cigarette post coitus.
We just did it.
Yeah, did you?
You didn't.
Oh my! So he just shattered this man for his own
they
amusement
shattered
for
it.
no
Just the beginning.
reason.
No, well, he said that he was trying to break down his repressions, and this isn't unheard of in,
That's not
with
how you do
magical.
it.
I know, but it isn't unheard of in magical gurus like Madame Blavatsky was known to treat her followers like shit, but there always seemed to be a point, and Crowley's never really had a point. He said
Nah.
the point is that, I'm doing this for their own good, but he would never say anything why. He would never say why it was for their own good. He would just say this is for their own good.
He was dominating them, and he was trying to make them his servants. It's kind of the way a cult leader does, where it's like you break somebody down up into a point because
Right.
you want them to be with you. But it's interesting because we'll see. I feel like it all comes around to a point because he's expressing domination over Neuberg, but there will be a clue later on as to why he would
Yeah.
need to then magically flip the circumstances.
Well, that is one of the areas where he and Roctario and all cult leaders they get the breakdown part very well, but then you got to go with how do you make a Marine? You got to build him back up.
You build him back
they
up.
just leave the pile of rubble, which
Yeah.
is,
But even though Crowley was being unusually cruel, Neuberg was convinced that this was all a part of his magical training. So when Crowley invited Neuberg to Boleskine for another magical retirement, Neuberg jumped at the chance. At Boleskine, Neuberg proved to be particularly good at Kabbalistic rituals. So good, in fact, that on more than one occasion, he spontaneously ejaculated during some of his deepest meditations.
oh, you're good. I'm getting pretty good at this. I'm covered in cum.
But with that pleasure came pain. Crowley made Neuberg sleep naked outside in the Scottish night for 10 days on a bed made of a spiny shrub called gorse. And it's believed by Neuberg's biographer that it was in these 10 days that Neuberg somehow contracted the tuberculosis that eventually killed him decades later.
How did the guy get a biographer?
Victor Neuberg was a known figure.
Well, he
he's a
became
little-
one.
Yeah, he's a little known poet, but he plays a huge part in the Aleister Crowley story.
Anybody
Okay.
that touched Aleister Crowley became a center of fascination. Like, that's why it's interesting, because it's more people trying to hack into the brain of Aleister Crowley to figure out, like, who is this wizard?
Right.
Neuberg also followed, at Crowley's direction, a painful principle from Crowley's Liber Jogorum. In this, the practitioner is punished every time they use a certain word. In Neuberg's case, it was the word I. And Neuberg cut his arms with razors every time he slipped up.
That is a part-
To
that's-
choose a word like supercalifragilistic,
Like a main one.
Yes, use
Yeah.
a difficult word, not I.
But that's a part of the Libers, and it's a part of one of the one of the magical processions that you do. One of the thought exercises you can do that is like you eliminate the word I from your vocabulary but also again that's cult thinking, because what it does is break down the individual into somebody who's ready for group thing.
How did he even do anything? Be like, I gotta go. God damn it, I gotta cut myself. God damn it. Like, how would he even go about a day?
You
How
should
many
talk
times
about
do you say
yourself in
I
third
a day?
person.
Yeah, you talk about yourself in
Ben's
third
going
person.
to the store now.
Don't you start.
Oh, you wait.
Oh, no.
Kissel's got a lot to say.
Oh, God.
Well, in a further punishment, which also began walking Crowley and Neuberg towards a sexual relationship, Crowley whipped Neuberg's bare buttocks with stinging nettles and hurled racial slurs at Neuberg concerning his Jewish heritage.
Why are you spanking me? It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm Jewish there, Alistair.
My goodness gracious.
Actually, that's where Neuberg drew the line. He's like,
like,
you
you
can
stop
beat me.
that."
You can beat me. You can do whatever you want, but don't call me slurs. There's a lesser man does that.
That's
Is what
offensive.
he told Crowley.
To me, it's offensive to my ow.
Wait, so Alistair, but his other friend was a Nazi.
Well, I mean, he was later a Nazi. This is like, that's the thing about the Fuller. This is like 1911. Fucking
Okay.
Hitler's not even in the army yet. Like,
Yeah.
he's still
Wow.
hanging out. you know?
Hitler's drawing right now.
Okay.
But just as things were heating up with Neuberg, Crowley's marriage was coming to a merciful end. By Crowley's account, Rose drank a bottle of liquor a day. And by 1911, she had been committed to an asylum for alcoholic dementia.
Oh, that's bad.
By that point, she and Crowley had already been divorced for 2 years. And when she was released, she married the doctor who treated her on the inside.
That's just
But-
how it used to be, man.
That's how it used to be. But she
guess.
eventually relapsed and died from liver failure in 1932 at the age of 57.
So sad.
She really missed a lot of history.
She really
Yeah.
did.
She could have just held on for 15 more years.
I mean,
You would have
that's-
seen-
that's-
or maybe it's good to die in 1932, actually.
That's when Crowley died in 1947, so he actually got to see quite a bit of fucking history.
Dang.
Well, Rose's surviving daughter with Crowley, Lolo Zaza, saw her father exactly once after the divorce and eventually distanced herself from the Crowley name. Her son Eric, however, is now a saxophonist in San Francisco who lists grandson of Aleister Crowley as a qualification on his LinkedIn profile.
Sure.
I mean, why not?
Why
It's
not?
about who you know.
You got to
I'm
have
sure
some.
I'm sure it's got him a couple of saxophone gigs. He looks
I'll
pretty
hire
groovy.
him.
If I have to choose between someone who's the grandson of Aleister Crowley or not, and they're both equally good at saxophone, depending on my mood, I would probably go with the grandson.
Yeah.
So after the dissolution of his family, Crowley put every bit of extra energy and what money he had left into an occult magazine the size of a phone book called The Equinox, which some consider his greatest magical legacy. Surprisingly, The Equinox was actually a hit, and Crowley might have made a good chunk of change if only his vanity hadn't required him to print every single copy on only the finest parchment, thereby destroying his profit margins. It's the fucking factory
dumb.
records thing again.
So fucking dumb.
Yeah, but I like that he.
I want our merch
I
to be
like
good.
That it's good
Like,
quality, but he also he needs to have one that's really good quality, and then you have to have one that's a little bit less, so everyone can afford it.
yes.
Crowley also started giving public performances of magical rituals at the headquarters of his magical order. And unlike the private ceremonies of the Golden Dawn, Crowley opened them to the public and even invited reporters.
It's very similar to what would happen with the original Church of Satan, where
Yeah.
he decided to make himself, he wanted to be a pop figure. We've been talking about this whole time. Desperate for attention, wants the notoriety, and so he understands
Still no response, sir.
Hailing frequencies open, no response.
Keep trying.
They have not responded.
We'll wait a bit more, number one.
Attempts at communication have been ignored by
Affirmative. Roger. Roger that. Let's hold up here for a minute. He's got the package. On my way. I'm gonna camp. I hear something. Hang on, I heard something. Nothing here. Roger that. I'm pinned down. They got me pinned down here. I'm pinned down. Oh boy. 3 to go. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna camp. I'm with you. Me too. I'll go with you. I got your back. Sounds like a plan. I got your back. Good idea. Okay, sir, let's go. I'm waiting here. You got away. I'm gonna camp. He's got the package. Oh, you got away. They dropped the bomb. I'm gonna guard the bomb. Roger that. Affirmative. Fire in the hole. Clear. Roger that. Affirmative. Lead on, sir. There's the bomb. Roger. Lead on, sir. Fire in the Bomb has been planted. Where are they? Clear. Roger that. Affirmative. Roger. Roger that. Two of them. There's the bomb. Affirmative. Roger. Roger that. Affirmative.
I'm gonna wait here.
I'm gonna hang back.
Fire in the hole!
I'm gonna camp. I see the bomber. Area clear.
Affirmative.
Roger.
Roger that.
Affirmative. Roger. There's the bomb.
Roger that. Affirmative.
Roger. Roger that. Good one.
Alright, let's move out.
I'm gonna camp.
Me too. I'll come with you.
I'll go too. I'm gonna wait here. You got away. I don't know where he went.
I'm gonna camp.
Need help! You got away. Ah! There's the bomber.
Bombs on the ground here. Bomb has been planted.
Nothing here. Roger that.
Affirmative.
There's the bomb.
Oh boy. Go, go, go! I'm gonna camp.
I got your back.
I'll go too.
I'm with you.
Me too.
I got your back.
I'll come with you.
Lead the way, sir. Let's hold up here for a minute. I'm gonna camp. 3 left. They took the bomb. Two to go. Lead the way.
Bomb has been planted.
Nothing here. Affirmative. Roger. One guy left. That was it.
Alright, let's move out.
Oh boy.
I see the bomber. Be right there.
I heard them. Three left.
The bomb is on the ground.
Two to go. You got away. I don't know where he went. One guy left. They got me pinned down here. Guy left. Oh yeah. Lead on, sir. Get down here. Those left terrorists. That's the way this is done. I'm in trouble.
Let's get out of here. Team, infiltrate and eliminate. Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! I don't know where he went. He got away. Very nice. He got away. 3 to go. I don't know where he went. Need help. On my way. Oh boy. Anyone see him? There's nobody home. Counter-terrorists win. Team, infiltrate and eliminate. Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
sir. I heard them. I lost him. I don't know where he went. You got away. Three left. There's one left. Okay, sir,